Thanks for it.
Okay, good morning. Welcome to the March 13th Board of Riley County Commissioners meeting. I'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning again. Okay, first we have on the agenda public comment. Is there any public comment? You'll state your name and who you're with.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Blade Mages. Today I'm representing the Wareham Hall Renovation Fund, which is a 501c3 here in Riley County. We're the organization that recently purchased the Wareham Opera House back in the fall of 2022. I'm here today to answer any questions regarding sort of a last minute request to get some signatures on a letter of support that I believe Commissioner Ford might have introduced to the group. The purpose of that letter of support is to show kind of countywide at a city, county, chamber, downtown Manhattan Incorporated level support for our application for a $4.3 million grant from the Kansas Department of Commerce through a program that they're running called the Sprint grant. It's leftover ARPA money, and it is specifically earmarked for notable investments in tourism, of which they define the projects like this as one. So we think it's a great way to get some dollars back into the county. And yeah, I'll be available for any questions should anyone have any. Thank you all.
And thank you.
You worked that through pretty quick, and I think Richard's got a copy of it over there. We didn't get it in the actual business meeting, but it's there. I believe that grant is due, application's due tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
called
No,
Sprint. It's called Sprint, and it is a sprint. It's been about a 30-day window. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think we already agreed to it, or did we not?
We will here shortly.
Yeah, okay. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I'm Charlie Potter here in Manhattan. Calling here, you folks have done allocated money for the Riley County Fairgrounds, is that correct? It is not correct? There's something in the
yet.
paper about it.
Well, there's discussions going on, but there's no
Okay,
real funds or anything for that at the moment, but
all right, okay. Well, what I'm here for, and I've been here before. That dog park we got out there on the grounds, Raleigh County grounds, thing is sorry. There ought to be something, and I think we wouldn't have to put money in it. I think we probably get enough people to donate some money to make it better than what it is right now. And I was talking to a guy yesterday, he was supposed to come down here today, but about putting AstroTurf in there, at least part of it, AstroTurf, which you can get. There's a company down in Cartersville, Georgia, where they got both koodles of that stuff down there that they reclaim, pretty reasonable. That's a possibility. The other possibility maybe pea gravel in there. Way it is now, if you get rain in there, it's going to be non-usable for a while until it dries off. Of course, summer coming on, it's going to dry a lot faster. But I think it could be upgraded, and there needs to be some canopies in there. They've got picnic tables in there. There ought to be some canopies where if you get hot weather in there, it's going to be a heck of a lot nicer in there than what it is right now. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at right here. And I think a lot of people do use that park over there. I've seen a lot of people over there. Of course, the dogs are over there, and it's a good area to socialize, of course. But we all got a lot in common with the dogs. So I think it's something we ought to think about. And here again, I think we won't have to rely on money from the county, maybe a little, but most of it, I think people would be willing to give some money in there to get it. In fact, my company well, I don't own it anymore, my daughter does, but I think we'd be happy to put a canopy in there. So that's a possibility. I think people will come to the fore if they could see what the plan is gonna be, you know, and how it would be laid out, because right now it's just not, it's not the best. And of course, you know, we got some people that do not pick up after their dogs. And I mean, that's a little bit of a problem. And, you know, I don't know what the answer is. Maybe just to shame them out there, put their picture in the paper or something. I don't know. But, you know, that's a pain in the, you know what. But anyway, I think this is a thing it's a good thing for people. They really love their dogs. And I mean, and it's good to go out there. And we took ours out there yesterday, and I mean, it was a great time, you know, it's really enjoyable. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Appreciate the help. Anybody got any questions at all?
Yeah, what do you think about separating the small dogs from the large dogs? I had a problem out there one time with that. Because Fairmont Park has a separate area for smaller dogs and one for larger.
I don't know. You want to separate blacks and whites?
And that's totally different. We're talking about small dogs.
I mean, I mean, I've seen small dogs get along with
Yeah,
bigger dogs. I mean, there's exceptions, of course. But yeah, you're right. Out Fairmont, I think they do have a place for small dogs out there. Yeah. And that there, I think it's bigger than it is there at Raleigh County, I think, is it not? Probably bigger. The bigger area, I think. Looks like it's bigger. You know, but I don't know, has anybody ever done any checking on how many people go to each the dog park? I mean,
Not that I know of.
I mean, that might be something to think about to find out what the number of people go to each one of them, because maybe they could concentrate on one of them more than the other. I don't know. We've been to both of them, but I mean, the one there, Riley County up there at the fairgrounds is a lot easier for us to get to. So, but as far as the small dogs, I don't know. I only saw one instance in there where a dog attacked a small dog. One instance. It's the only time I've seen that, but you don't see a bunch of little pooches in there. I've never seen a bunch of little ones. But that's something that, you know. So, anyway, any more? Carry on,
Thank you.
Charlie.
Is that ours or is that the
Yeah,
city?
it's a
It's ours.
It is, okay.
Yeah.
it really isn't.
Trying to figure out where that was strictly located on this.
Yeah, it doesn't really show it on the map, but there's it's on the east side of where the horse pens are, like, you know, those, yeah.
Okay.
And it's got kind of a hill, a rise in there where the dogs go up there and converse. Yeah, there's a lot of mud, so it is kind of, so I don't take my dog there if it's out of town. I have big dogs. Anyway, okay, any other public comments? Okay, then we'll go to commission comments, Commissioner McKinley.
Well, Thursday afternoon, I attended a meeting with the architect and construction manager and our building committee for the public safety building. There's a lot of good discussion about needs and wants and some changes we're working on for that, but David Adams has a report today on that. And the weekend was just spent catching up on work around the house. Congratulations, K-State basketball teams. The men are 3 seed in the NCAA tournament, and the women are in the WNIT. They play Wednesday already. They don't even have brackets out yet, and they're scheduled for Wednesday to play. That's all I've had.
Commissioner Ford.
Yeah, well, Thursday afternoon, I met with Blade over at Flight Crew. It's a nice little cozy little place. I probably need to visit a little bit more here and there, and I have needs for coffee, but we're getting past that time of the year, so maybe fall. So went over his proposal for renovating the theater. I think they're going to come back and give us a full presentation at some point in time. It's really good, and as we all know, the Wareham is a treasure in our community. I don't think anybody who's spent a long time here doesn't have some type of memories there, whether they're good nor bad, but be that as it may, we discussed some other available grants and resources that may be hopefully available for the project as well. And got a lot of respect for the fact that they put a 501c together and are trying to do this through private means. So takes a lot of work, and I certainly wish them the best on this project to get renovated. Thursday afternoon, I also listened in on the Council of Foreign Affairs March Local Officials webinar. That's via Zoom. President of the council, Richard Hayes, led a pretty good discussion. He's written a new book. It's called Obligations, 10 Habits of Good Citizens. It's kind of a book. It's meant to be kind of a useful guide for local officials, government staffers, and constituents across the political spectrum to try to work on healing divisions and kind of safeguarding country's freedoms and democracy moving forward. Haven't looked at the book, so I can't tell you if it follows those guidelines or not. So Thursday night, listen to the K-State TCU game. Ouch.
You're gonna have to start watching. I've got to.
Yeah, we're gonna have to now, I think.
He already told me I have to change.
I already told him he has to buy a shirt.
Did buy one of those lavender pullovers over the weekend, so maybe that'll give us good luck, but we'll have to see on that. Boy, that was I just don't understand what our struggle is with the Big 12 tournament. I don't think we've won one in my lifetime.
Oh, well. Gotten further than one game, you know.
I mean, we've played for it. I think I was going back 4 times since the last time we won, but boy, just I don't know what it is there. It's just something with it. But good news, yeah. As Commissioner McKinley mentioned, earned a 3 seed in the East region and played Montana State Friday night, so you can stay up late.
Yeah, I can on Friday. I
Yeah.
usually make about 10 o'clock on Friday.
I was also thinking, I'm not exactly for sure why the basketball gods hate me so much, but you know, if we win and Kentucky wins, we'll be playing each other Sunday afternoon.
That'd be fun.
Yeah,
Okay.
you don't know my family
We can
in
beat
Kentucky,
them
see?
again.
Huh?
We can beat them again.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I probably won't get spoken to for the rest of the year, so I'll have to make Thanksgiving plans somewhere else this year, because everybody will disown me.
They won't speak to you or we won't, so.
Take the choice.
I'd rather you guys not speak.
I was gonna say, that's an easy one. That's easy.
I prefer solidarity there. We'll see. It'll be fun. The draw doesn't look easy necessarily, but I was kind of surprised we got a 3 seed. Actually, I was. So I think that's the first time for us.
Yeah, it's the first time we're at 3.
Yeah. So see how it goes. And yeah, congratulations, K-State's women team for making the NIT tournament. I would assume we'll get a home game, at least one, probably Wednesday. So Friday morning, I went through the written testimony in opposition to Senate Bill 248 with Clancy. I don't remember what the House substitute number was for that. So I just labeled it as House substitute. So did get that drafted and signed, and hopefully it'll make an impact moving forward. So Friday morning, I met with Mac McAprang, regional engineer with KDOT via Microsoft Teams. Assess some of the issues and challenges facing the city of Ogden with Riley Avenue and K-114 over there, which goes right into Main Street and then into the entry gate there to Fort Riley. Spent some time highlighting their concerns and just trying to see what direction within KDOT we might need to be able to go. It's off the state grid. So I'm trying to get answers of what caused that to begin with, but you know, even if we can get that fixed and taken care of, they still got to be able to maintain it moving forward, or kind of becomes pointless. So working on that. He's supposed to be getting back to me as he kind of works up the channel there. So I may have more to talk about on that one here shortly. Friday afternoon, I also met with Anna Burson, Riley County appraiser, discussed a handful of items, and with that completes the full round of meetings with department heads here early in 2023. It took me a little longer than usual, but we got through it. And of course, we discussed this year's evaluations and the process that went into it, personnel and staffing, and just some general issues and challenges within the department. So appreciate the time as always. Sure, there's going to be more to chat about down the road here, particularly here early, but we'll work through it. And then later at Friday afternoon, had a pre-law board meeting with the RCPD director, assistant director, and the chair of the law board to discuss the upcoming monthly meeting and to get all the details of the agenda officially put together. Had a lot of discussion at this meeting around things that happened at Fake Patty's Day 2 weekends ago. And just trying to get a better idea how you can kind of prepare for that in terms of just public safety and those type of items, but we'll see. They're doing an after event kind of overview and just kind of trying to see how they can maintain that a little bit better. And then the rest of the weekend for me was spent at home rerouting and updating my home's entertainment stereo surround systems. Got it all set back up. Pretty sure the people at Best Buy are glad I got that done yesterday and probably won't come back in for a very, very long time. I had to make a couple of different trips, but I think we got everything set up just in time for the NCAA tournament to start. So we're in good shape. So and that's it in a nutshell.
Okay, well, Thursday afternoon last week, there was a Keats planning group in the afternoon. I had to attend by Zoom, but it was set up to organize a presentation for the meeting in Keats that evening. It was set up with me being at the sign-in table and welcoming people, and then I did the opening and closing remarks. I also introduced county staff present, which was a great presence, including Craig Cox, Clancy Holman, John Ellerman, Evan McMillan from Public Works, Amanda Webb, Bob Isaac, and Perry Piper from Planning, and Brian Foster from BG. So there was a whole line of people from the county, which I think was really impressive for the residents. And they were, I'm really thankful that everybody came. So anyway, Amanda and Vivian was there. Vivian and Rich also were there. So it was
Was there for anyone else?
well, yeah, there were that's probably
It was full. All
It
those
was
people were
full.
full. It was a good attendance.
It was as big as some of the earlier ones, which
Mhm.
surprised me.
No, yeah, it was as
Yeah.
full as any of them.
Mhm.
because we'd invited farmers too from around the area that weren't in the tax district, but there were people there that I hadn't seen before, so not for a long time, so. Well, let's see, Amanda took charge of the meeting, which included a PowerPoint presentation, lots of Q&A from the audience. After about 2 hours, we closed the meeting with an agreement by the taxing district voters, proceed with the process to build a good find property and do the testing. So that we came out with a good agreement. So I do want to thank all the people from the county and the community, and we'll be working diligently to locate the property. Friday, I traveled to Kansas City to pick up my daughter at the new airport. I didn't make it into the terminal, but I spent some time in the cell phone lot and then a long line of traffic to get to the pickup location. They don't have the traffic situation under control. And it's very much like the Reagan International Airport. If you've ever been there with the departure and pickup lanes.
They've got that worked out now to where they're two separate, so.
Yeah, they're
it's better.
separate,
It's not
but
great.
the
Yeah.
pickup line, was.
The drop
I mean, there
off
were
is still
people parking there like normal and getting out of the cars. And so nobody could get over to pick up their people. It was just, and then all these cops out there, it's just like, that seems it.
kind of not the same as KCI and the old one.
No, I would miss that. Well, hopefully they'll get it under control pretty soon once it's be more efficient. Saturday, we went to Shopsky Schnitzel House in Riley. So they have it open, they had a big crowd. And it was really, if you like German food, it's really a good place to go. So I think they have it open maybe once a month to the public.
Yeah, I think.
Just does catering.
Just catering in the outside.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I guess they're gonna do a couple trains in Abilene this summer. Catering for dinner
Do
trains.
Oktoberfest and Essential Fest out at the Lazy Tea Ranch for many years.
Yeah, they said they wanted a commissioner or two to come and tap the cake for Oktoberfest.
Oh.
Sure, we'll do that.
I can do that. I can do that.
The weekend was pretty busy and then we had some time to relax, but it's good to have my daughter home for a visit. She'll be here till like next Monday. Anyway, that's all I have. No business.
Yep, commissioners, we have the one item that is not on the agenda. Need a motion for the letter of support for the Wareham Opera House renovation project for Sprint grant funds for the Wareham Hall team.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and second to approve the letter for the Wareham renovation. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All three signed, please, at the very bottom, just above where your names are.
Sorry, it's so tiny. We're limited to 3 letters total. And so that's why we have a group kind of on one, yeah.
And you've got a meeting with the lieutenant governor tomorrow, is that
Actually,
right?
About 4 hours.
4 hours today, okay.
Blade, my brother-in-law, Tom Nelson, man.
Yeah, yeah.
So one part of that I think is really underutilized that you guys have put your brains together is that basement area.
Oh,
I think you could make something out of that.
all
That is huge down there.
Thursday, we'll walk through the whole
I
plan.
think you can make a separate venue just out of that, besides what you're doing up top.
Yeah, I was just crawling this weekend in the balcony. I found the old steel that was erected during the 1910 remodel. These massive beams that are inside there, you have no idea. It's pretty, yeah, there's all kinds of.
Oh, there's
A
all
lot of
kinds
nooks
of
and crannies in that
treasures.
The balcony is so cool.
Yeah. At the time, it was one of the few balconies that most of the time they had columns, but this, like, Harry invested in these steel beams to span that 50-foot deal and was very ahead of its time for that age.
That is cool.
Yeah.
I like the idea of a balcony, staying in the balcony.
Right.
That's good.
Yeah, and hopefully save us some cash if that, as long as those bolts are tight. I don't think they're going anywhere.
What do you need?
Copy?
How many you need? Just one?
Just one for me. If you guys want to keep one for your records.
Good.
I really do appreciate it. I'll see you guys on Thursday.
Yeah,
Sounds
thank
good.
you.
Good luck.
I really do. Thank you.
Commissioners, any changes to the minutes?
I have one if commissioners do not, Rich. On page 11, it's a minor thing. Number 27, under my administrative time.
Trying to bring it up here.
Sure, just let me know when you're there.
Yep. Yep, there.
Okay, this is
Number
just,
27, you said?
yeah, down there in the underneath 27, below what I always think of as the voting box, where it gives the motion to come out of executive session.
Oh, to come out?
Yeah,
Mhm.
usually it's missing that time in the left margin. The system sometimes does not put that in. It's 11:45. Sometimes it puts it in, sometimes it puts it
Yeah, I
out.
don't know what to deal with that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Split up. Faces out of there, so it's all together. You know, have Florida McKinley with the eyes on page 12.
Yeah, and sometimes you can and can't with that, it's the program.
The format.
It's the format, that's the.
It made perfect sense to the person who coded it.
And actually, they just coded it, they never looked at what it produced.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking. You got it.
That's the problem with those things. Get a motion on the amended minutes, commissioners.
Yeah, go ahead and make a motion that we approve the minutes as amended from the March 9th meeting of the Riley County Commission.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the March minutes as amended. All in favor? Aye.
Tentative agendas, for commissioners.
Good.
Any items for next week's press conference?
Nope.
Okay, I'm up next. Weekend?
Not too bad.
Good. Yeah, busy, good. Yesterday, that wind was cold. I was out in it all day. And I'm surprised how
Much
cool
better
that wind
this
was all day.
It's really
Yeah.
cold this morning.
Especially in the shade. I was working in the shade too.
Oh.
That didn't help, you know? Man.
No.
No worries, here soon, it'll be 100 degrees and you'll be happy.
Things will
be inside working.
Yeah.
Now, we'll be inside, that's the unfortunate thing. I don't let it stop me, but I just grumble about it more.
I don't know if grumble is the right word, but okay.
You have another eggs and issues type of copy of that? You guys have-
Yeah, I think so. Good morning. You mean a good morning, Manhattan?
Hmm?
They used to have them at the zoo.
Yeah, they do them twice a year. They do them kind of right
What's
at the
that?
beginning of the
Oh, the
legislative cycle,
legislators?
you know,
Yeah.
and then they do another one kind of mid-year at the kind of that break before they get into the wrap-up session, veto session, whatever.
I haven't heard of any coming up.
They had one, I think it was late January, early
Yeah,
February.
that one I knew about it. They've had two of them over in Junction.
Mhm. They also have pretty much all new people over in Junctions. The entire delegation, I think, is new over
Yeah.
there.
Oh,
One was a city commissioner before Jeff.
Yeah, two of them were city commissioners.
Two of them were.
Mhm.
It's 70-degree weather on Wednesday and then colder next again this weekend.
Doing what it typically does, stays nice during the week and stays crappy on the weekends.
just think that's. We've got time to start planting. Easy.
The early crops.
It was frost on the ground this morning, so,
Oh, yeah.
yes, I don't know if it come out. I should start it started.
We got some stuff. Bulbs coming up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They don't.
Irises are getting green.
The irises start green. We got some tulips popping up a little bit.
These tulips and crocuses.
Here, something like.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's, I don't know where she's pretty much. It looks like tulips or some green stuff.
I've got a few daffodils popping up.
Tulips will do that early, then they get up too early, then they get zapped.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, 9 o'clock, Rich.
Good morning, commissioners. First report's the 2023 year-to-date wage and overtime compared to budget report. As you can see, in the upper right-hand corner, we're at 16.67% point in time of the year. That's just kind of what we use as our barometer. Comparatively to see where departments are budgetarily within their budgets, personnel wise and overall. You can see in the far right-hand column, the percentage of budget on personnel at this point in time that departments have spent. Also like to point out the center column, year-to-date overtime at times that can get kind of high and concern. Always like to remind commissioners, the EMS ambulance, the majority of that is scheduled, planned, regular overtime. So it's not like it's something that is not budgeted for. Overall on overtime, we're looking pretty good at this point in time. Commissioners have any questions with the departments or overtime on that? Next report, I'm going to scale down a little bit. Next report is just a more detailed breakdown departmentally, regular salaries, seasonal, overtime. For commissioner to review and get a little better idea of where exactly those are being spent with respect to categories. Any questions on those reports, commissioners? Next report is year-to-date budget and activity report. Once again, with a 16.7 RONR that we use, those highlighted in the blue. For those that have exceeded that at this point in time, once again, it's so early in the year, it's a little snapshot, but it is not untypical for budget appropriations insurance to be where they're at, because those are cyclical payments. Balances out by the end of the year. Always like to remind commissioners and the public that this first page, it's all within the general fund encompassing. So unless the overall percentage at the very bottom, the 18.21% would be over the 100% at the end of the year, would be a budgetary concern. Departmentally, these are not. Always like to point out to the commissioners, 2 lines down from that boldest section of blue, the county general, because that is what has the budget stabilization funding in it for emergencies, is just at 2.09%, which is typical, although it seems atypically low. Any questions on that first page, commissioners? Next page, see economic development is highlighted, which is not atypical as well, because they have the 50% of several appropriations get paid out of there. And then also RCP operations, because of their large appropriation amount that gets paid out of there. Any questions on those? Of course, this page here is the one that Daryl keeps a close eye on. We get close to the end of the year. Those gives us an indication of funds that may need a budget amendment towards the end of the year. Any questions on that page? Next page, I'd like to remind constituents and the commissioners, these are all enterprise funds, and enterprise fund derives all of its funding from residents that live or own property within those districts. So there are no general taxation ad valorem taxes that are used on any of these funds. Of course, very early in the year, everything looks very good. Any questions on that page? Next page is the more detailed breakdown. Sorry, commissioners, allergies or something. 2023 general. It's a breakdown of that. Should be the 2.09 or the 1.57. We got to figure out something in the formula. There's a couple percentages off there that will get figured out. Personnel, I'd like to remind commissioners, there are no personnel that get paid directly out of this. It is for separation of service funding. So it's a paid out of allocated time when someone leaves. I also like to point out the miscellaneous budget stabilization of $3,050,000 for our county policy. Of course, you know, we have in our policy that we recommend to commissioners increase that $250,000 each year. Last year we did not, which we're all in agreement with, but it is a very important line item because, as you know, surprisingly, we were able to keep our much higher than typical national average bond rating. And this is one of the key factors in that they see that we have a reserve of funds if something would happen economically or a disaster happened to where we could pay our bills. So that is a very important number in our budget. We'll emphasize the need to increase that $250,000 this year for sure, building the 2024 budget. Any questions on that page, commissioners? Next report, some commissioners asked for decades ago by now, just a snapshot comparison, February of 2022 to 2023, and then year to date through February, to compare, you know, how departments are doing compared to the previous year. Of course, it's not always an apples to apples comparison, But it gives you a snapshot. If you see any major differences you'd like further explanation on, and we can get you those details. Any questions on that report, commissioners? Next report, RCP expenses paid by Riley County. All of these expenditures here, other than the budget appropriation amount, which of course we pay a portion of the budget appropriations to the city of Manhattan, but all the rest of the expenditures are 100% funded by the Riley County budget. No other outside entity helps assist with those costs. I like this next page a little bit better, gives you a snapshot comparison through 2016 to year to date. Typically, my primary concerns in watching this, and encourage commissioners to watch it, is anything inmate medically related, and then also building maintenance. Building maintenance for the last several years has done good. There was a time period where it was really very high. Now the big concern is medical. You can see the medical, the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years just keeps going up. We're already at $33,000 for this year. Happens when you get that clientele is not always the most healthy. And so we have to pay those costs, whether we budgeted for it or not. Commissioners, we're statutorily responsible for it. Of course, we always do our best to give a good guesstimate on what those costs are going to be, but we are starting out with very high inmate medical costs. And we will keep an eye on those.
Rich, can we get an itemization of what is out of county? What inmates are out of county that are receiving services?
I guess I need to know, you mean by out of county or within the city limits of Manhattan?
Out
Because-
of county, whether it's a city annexed or not.
So just those that are county,
That aren't in Riley County.
well, all are in Riley County, because even the city of Manhattan are.
No, I mean. Well. If we have inmates in there that actually from surrounding county.
Oh, okay, we shouldn't, but we can check on that, but we shouldn't be housing any. We do not commonly, when you build a facility that's larger, like we did, the commissioners made it a policy to not hotel inmates, so we don't take inmates and charge other counties for that. So if that's what you're asking for, we don't do that.
Well, if we arrest somebody, the police department arrests somebody, say in Wabunsee County, and it's like they have to put them in jail. That kind of thing, or
We'll check
even
on that,
Potawatomi County. or
Stick with the,
I'll check
I'm trying to think of the guy's name, I can picture him. But
Clark
yeah,
County.
we'll check.
Yeah.
Yep, see if we're housing any
I
out
think
of
on the
Riley
next
County.
page, is there a number that separates that?
Shouldn't be,
No,
no,
That on the very bottom?
no,
it gives us an inmate count, but it doesn't tell us where it's.
yeah,
Okay.
that's ADP.
It's not housing though. I mean, if we arrest them in another county and bring them back.
And I guess that's,
Typically,
maybe
you
that
add to
answers
that
the
count if
question
it's
right
the-
there, because you see there, right below that line, there is a non-county inmate. 0. What we have had before in the past is we've had some inmates that were state, they should have been in a state institution, and we've had to go after the state to get money collected on it. But check on that, make sure that number's accurate, but that's why we broke that out. It wasn't for other
Okay.
counties, but it was when it was someone that should have been in a state facility because they had state charges against them.
Oh.
And in those instances, then Clancy had worked and we actually gotten some reimbursement from the state on that, but we'll check.
Okay.
As long as that number's accurate, it says 0 at this point in time, but we will see. Mhm.
I'm just.
Sorry, I
curious.
wasn't sure if you were trying to see the difference between the county and the city or out of county, so we'll check on out of county.
Actually,
Yeah.
while you're checking, that's not a bad thing to know either. Difference between county and city inmate.
Well, there's, with the annexations of the city, some of it's out of county and I'd like to see that.
I don't, if it's over in Pot County on the city side, they're supposed to go to Westmoreland. I say supposed to, but
Yeah, I'm just. Yeah, I'm
Double
just-
check it out.
We'll double check on all that. So you see the pool there, where we're sitting at the pool, we still have 19,702 remaining. I would tell you, commissioners, that's low at this point in time, actually, for this time of the year, so. Inmate medical costs, remember the clientele you're dealing with, it is something that, unfortunately can go up rather quickly and something unfortunately that we have to pay one way or the other. With no assistance from any other public entity. Any other questions on those reports, commissioners? If you have more time and go through those and run across any questions or would like further explanation, let us know and we'll get you the answers.
Okay.
Next, you have David Adams at 9:15.
They did warn us the other day, there's a high cost medical probably coming in.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yes, sir.
High cost what?
High cost medical coming in.
Yeah.
Like how high?
It's,
When you deal with medical costs, it's, I guess, so I'm not.
I don't know that we know, but it's kind of a serious situation. That's all I
Right.
can say.
It could be extremely expensive, or it could be. Should be a Medicaid. Bill right off of the thing.
Not all of it.
But if the hospital works it right, it should be a lot of
It
Medicaid.
should be probably 2/3 maybe, but that other third might, I don't know.
Yeah,
We'll see.
keep my fingers crossed.
It's 15 degrees this morning, wind chill. That's
I
gonna
believe
be
it.
Yeah,
Believe it.
I think the wind is supposed to be even worse this next round, this weekend, Friday and Saturday. I heard them say this morning, extreme winds.
We're getting into that time of year.
that was hoping to be
And they say
only.
March comes in like a lion and goes out like a sheep or something.
Out like a lamb, in like a lion, out like a lamb.
I don't know if that works anymore.
Yeah, I agree. It just.
Hasn't
up
seemed
and
to
down
lately.
and up.
Last few years.
I don't know what you would call it anymore. It's gonna, March, the weather's gonna do its own thing.
Mother Nature is in control and you will never outguess her
You are correct.
or control us.
Fighting back right now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Okay, David.
Morning, Commissioners. David Adams, CMS Ambulance Director, here with the request to fill some open PRN positions. This is something we've talked about off and on for quite a while. So Currently, we have 10 budgeted PRN positions, which are as needed to help us in a couple different ways. One, to fill open time when we have some FMLA or we have somebody on vacations, things like that. But also, as we're preparing for the North County station, trying to find some staff and start to build that roster and get them trained. So when that station opens up, hopefully we'll be prepared to, seamlessly move right on in. So we're budgeted for 10. We have 6 currently on a roster, and I believe we just had one who just resigned to finish school. So, they helped us quite a bit, and this is where we get a lot of our full-time is from our PRN. They know the system, we know them, they know us, and we can identify somebody then as a good fit versus bringing somebody in that we don't know and figuring that out over the course of a few months. So these are budgeted, so there is no impact. I'll stand for any questions.
Is it you advertising for all 3, any in particular, just to see whatever?
Absolutely. Yeah, we just opened it up to see what we can get there, because you never know. So we currently have the open full-time paramedic position. We're not having a lot of great response. We're gonna keep working on that. We're gonna do some more strategies there, but we know we have some EMTs out there that are wanting to work for us and some paid EMTs, but really we don't know until we keep working to see what we can get. The job descriptions are here, and then the information from Elizabeth and her team. There as well.
A little confused if they're already budgeted and already. Why are we discussing it?
Just the permission of the position.
Okay, they
Yeah.
weren't open already?
No,
No.
these are not open. Yeah, but they do their filling in rounds because they have to do the whole testing and all. They have quite a bit of rehired requirements. And so, but just like any other position, though, we would come to you to ask to be able to open and advertise the position when needed. But you are right, Commissioner, all of these positions are already budgeted. They are approved once, in our entire plan. But each time that we want to open for advertising, currently, we're still coming to ask you for that.
Rather than one at a time, you wait till, I guess a lot of training get them in.
It is. It takes quite a bit
Sure.
through the different testing, and then they have an academy, a 2 to 3 week academy, and then they're with the field training officer for several months. And it's easier to do it all in one group than one at a time. Absolutely.
And the thing on that is that there's benefit of hiring people in the moment, right? When you have an opening and you have a person wanting, but it takes a lot of this current staff time to do all of those, that testing and training, right? And so then we pull people from their other jobs, so it's better to do that in groups if we can.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
And these hourly fees seem a little low, but for a training position, is that
You mean the hourly rate or
the hourly rate? Yeah.
Those are pretty competitive. Those would be within market. And those are what all of that position makes. So whether it's full-time or part-time, that's the position starting rate. And I think just 2 years ago, it was 13.
It was, yeah, it was.
So the lowest was 13 and we made an adjustment, That was my first thought actually as well when I started. We can't have EMTs making less than $13 an hour.
Absolutely.
Well, if it takes a lot of training, I would guess it.
Agreed. Yeah.
So it would go up.
They get a lot of overtime.
Yeah.
This position doesn't, but you're right.
No,
Yeah,
But
exactly.
you're saying that's what the full-time people do, but there's a lot of overtime in there.
Yeah, it's a lot of commitment from
Oh,
an
is it?
employee who wants to move forward, just like he was saying. You might start in a PRN position in multiple different places trying to get into a full-time position. And so a lot of his PRN people don't only work here, they might work full-time somewhere else or
They do.
2 or 3 part-time jobs.
Yeah,
We signed up several different places.
we have several who are full-time Salina and Council Grove and Topeka and things like that.
They also have cool people who are studying to become a paramedic. Maybe they're EMT, they're studying to become a paramedic. They've got full-time people who are working with the military, for example, and do this as a side, looking for their future careers as well. So, and David and his crew have been really creative for recruiting. They've got somebody right now that they're bringing in on an internship from the military. So that'll be a full-time position that they're bringing on, and then hoping that that will work out for long-term. And they're playing with a kind of a fun advertising, something a little bit eye-catching. So we're gonna see how that works out.
I got cold feet on that one, but we'll see.
I should have grabbed him on Friday when he was, yeah.
When I was,
But I think, they are being very creative. We've talked about a lot of things, like maybe putting out something a little bit more regional, just because we have a great job. We have a great EMT, AEMT paramedic job and a good life balance. And that's one of the things we want to get out to people, because you get enough calls that you get to stay busy and hone your skills, but you're not like inner city urban where you're just constantly running to the next emergency. It's a great job.
we've got a good mix of those volumes, as she said, between the city and being out in the county and such.
Go ahead and move to approve advertising for the 3 positions for the EMS.
I'll second, sorry.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the 3 positions as requested by emergency money.
Commissioner, for clarification, there were 4.
4.
Yes.
Yeah, it's 3 jobs, 3 job titles, but 4 positions. Yeah.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All 3 signed, please.
Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Sorry, I was still going through the sheet there.
Thanks, David.
Welcome.
Have a good day.
Back in an hour.
Yeah, that's right.
Going through there.
Well, 3 different positions.
3 different
Position, or not 3 classifications.
3 classifications.
4.
Go ahead.
Okay, Clancy.
Good morning, Commissioners. Clancy Holman, Riley County Councilor. You have the pending projects list. This has more in bold than you're used to seeing, because it's been another week since you saw that there was an intervening period there, but we didn't have it in on a Monday. I know what it was. I was out that Monday morning for a while. And so you're seeing some updates that are material you wouldn't have seen last time as well. We've got the under the commission items, of course, you got some updates on the geo bond issuance. I believe that was for the High Plains Road. I keep calling it the wrong thing. But we also I also did some work, obviously, been doing some work with staff group on the hiring process for the deputy position, which will be open at the end of September. And then, of course, indications of attending and participating in commission meetings, and followed by legal research related to some of those issues for that for what we already had, the township officers meeting. which I thought was a great conversation. That was really, really good. And had an opportunity to interact with some of the township officers myself on a couple of legal issues. Had a chance to cheerlead for them getting liability insurance again. That's an annual thing when we have these meetings, just because the wisdom of having that doesn't probably seem real apparent until you have a claim. And then it's too late to get the insurance. And quite frankly, one of the best things about liability insurance that often gets missed, not just in government, but in local government sometimes, but also in the private sector, is the real value in liability insurance is not really the coverage and necessarily for damages. I mean, that's important, but equally important is the ability to have counsel assigned and paid for by the insurance company. That can really drive a case towards settlement at an amount that the insurance company can live with and client can live with. Because what happens in that dynamic is the insurance company watches very closely and monitors, since they're paying for the lawyer. They have a panel of attorneys they usually use. They use the term panel advisory. They have their own group of lawyers that they routinely assign who are experts in doing tort litigation, for example, injury claims, that kind of thing. And the insurance company watches very closely, since they know they're going to have to pay the bill. They watch to see when does it become more expensive to pay for the attorney rather than just simply settle. And it's almost always, in my experience, about the same amount. That's the amazing thing, how closely it comes to the dollar figure. And they watch very closely too, good insurers, and we've had good fortune in that we've been routed to insurance companies that are very good through our local insurance brokers on this. Over at Charleston Wilson, we've had very good experience that if it's a groundless claim, they're not afraid to say, no, this is something that needs to be contested. And we're of course in the loop at all times. It's always the insured's final call on those things, provided you're willing to take the risk of ignoring the insurance company's advice. Because if they say you should settle this at this amount, we're willing to pay this amount, and then you don't do it, well, then you will probably not have insurance coverage at the end of the claim, regardless, even if you win. It's always an interesting kind of a dance when those kind of things
But
happen.
involving the juvenile detention facility, Junction City is involved in one of those with this insurance company saying, go ahead and settle. And it's such a weak claim that.
Well, it does great sometimes. But usually what you'll find, at least I think, over time, even when it kind of sets your teeth on it, is why are we settling this? Really, if you stand back for a bit and analyze it, it usually makes some sense, because man, they make some cold-blooded decisions on stuff. And it really is all about numbers to them. And they have a real good feel because of their experience, that they have a good adjuster involved in it. They usually do. At least in my experience, not everybody's perfect, but usually they're very, what you'll find is they've worked with that particular attorney or that attorney's firm more than once, and they have a really good working relationship and are willing to have very robust discussions about whether or not this is a legitimate claim. So, but I hear what you're saying.
Well, we get the insurance coming in to the board to discuss why they did it, because everybody went, really? So we're gonna hear their explanation.
Yeah, and there's nothing says you have to accept that, but usually they're doing it for a reason. And usually it's based on, quite frankly, it's based on an evaluation. What are the chances for success, and how much are we gonna have to pay in the end? Both for coverage and for legal defense. And if we're wrong and we go, can we live as the insurer paying out this potentially large claim or some portion of it? So it's it can get your blood pressure up as you're evaluating those things. Hesitant to say anything good about an insurance company. They tend to know what they're doing in these things, at least in my experience. We did get the agreements out on the small cities reimbursement agreements. Those are out there. This week I'll be contacting the attorneys that will receive those and kind of check and see where we are in terms of getting them signed on the city side. Once the cities sign those, I'll be bringing them back to you. Possible they may want an explanation at an upcoming, I assume, an upcoming city commission.
I've
meeting.
explained, I've tried to explain to them.
And it's good that they have the benefit of that explanation, but it's, we'll just see where it goes. I'll keep you posted. Let's see here. We got, pretty much it under those. Then under the legislation. Down to that. There's, of course, doing lots of legislative activity. I doubt that this is completely updated. No, it's not. But there are additional bills that primarily the one that's being heard today is Senate Bill 248 being hearings in the House. That's the one on the sales granting a sales tax exemption to for local governments sales taxes, keeping local governments from taxing for local retailer sales tax purposes food. And then there are definitions of food within there that may make more or less sense to whoever reads it. I'm sure they make perfect sense within the committee process as this moves forward and various people put their hands on. But as you know, the board opposed that. I did submit testimony on your behalf in opposition. Commissioner Ford referred to earlier. Tried to keep it simple. I did not do what I did provide KAC and our legislative delegation, which was that spreadsheet that Shiloh Hager, our county treasurer, came up with. It's a great breakdown of what the actual dollar loss is. And it's over $1 million just on two types of businesses that sell food, supermarkets and convenience stores in Riley County. And as you might imagine, there's plenty of NAICS, I think that's it, classifications of businesses beyond supermarkets, but we used the lowest level that we knew what the classification encompassed. Shiloh used, I think it was a great way to go and show $1 million just lost just on that. And with two sales taxes in effect last year, what she did, she went back to 2022, as you recall, and was able to show that would have been the dollars lost from receipts, actual dollars that we would not have gotten last year had this been in place then. And it was well over $1 million. And it's up to about 10% of the total amount of sales taxes in all business classifications. So it was a significant number. And the pitch that we made on the testimony, and then I believe I made this to our delegation as well, you're going to have an impact. I know I did, because we have two members of the delegation on the House Committee on Taxation, which is going to be hearing it mid-morning, probably in an hour or so. Reminded them that they're going to have impact by this statewide. It's very similar, and I didn't use this as an example. It's very similar to what happened with the mortgage registration. This seems like a very tiny thing that who doesn't want lower cost sales tax on their groceries? Who doesn't want that? Well, the problem is if you do that, the money's going to come from somewhere, and it's going to shift over to, it's a cost that local government incurs that we're going to have to pick up through the property tax if we don't pick it up there, or else we reduce services. I don't know why that's not having traction, why that's not sticking. Particularly with some of the legislative statements that are being made about increased values on property tax. Well, there's one part of the reason that's happening is revenues for counties across the state keep getting cut down. Not the only reason. Part of it's also driven by market prices. But again, it's going to be interesting. But in that, it showed what the actual dollar loss, that spreadsheet that Shiloh had. It's great information, but I made the decision it's a little bit too much in the weeds to have somebody get comfortable with in time for the hearing. So I made sure KDC had it, our entire delegation had it, so they know the board's going to be opposing that as it moves forward as written. And maybe they'll change it in some way, who knows? But as written, it's a significant loss to Riley County. And just like the mortgage registration fee didn't seem like a big deal. Over time, expand the number of businesses, because it clearly applies to more than just those two categories. There's no question. We didn't include any other businesses. There's more out there. That means more of a dollar loss. And over time, $1 million at a clip, even if it were just that, is a big loss to the county's operating budget. Thus ended my speech. So I should update on that question. I want to get you back on schedule, so I'm going to go ahead and end there unless you have questions. Catherine looks mean, so I don't want to get slapped by
What?
The other Catherine.
the other. You're far enough
Clarify
away.
that.
You're far enough away, Catherine. I think I can escape you. She's a lot close. Oh, great. Great. Unless you have anything else, that's all I got. Yeah, thank you.
Commissioners, time for Catherine Hensworth. Did not, not a press conference today.
Shield myself here.
Good morning, commissioners. Okay to go ahead and get started? Okay, good morning. Catherine Hensler, Director of the Riley County Historical Museum. This is our monthly staff update for March. Start off with our visitation and tours. In the month of February, there were 128 visitors to the museum, 30 to the Goodnoe House, 53 to the Wolf House Museum. And while the Pioneer Log Cabin is technically closed for the season, we did have 2 walk-ins. I was over there switching out fire extinguishers for our annual servicing, and there were some folks peeking in. So we let them in and they got a tour, even though we are technically closed. But that's a good segue into, we will be reopening the log cabin on April 2nd from 2 to 5, and that season runs from April until October. So we're excited to get that going. That also means spring is almost here. Volunteers for the month of February totaled 45.25 hours, and they were generated by 5 volunteers. We also had 3 community service workers in February who assisted with outdoor cleanup of the museum site. As far as education and outreach, February was a busy month, and on the 20th, Curator Highsmith, myself, and the Douglas Center Director and Riley County Historical Society Board member Dave Baker participated in the Key Man in Focus interview, and we spoke about the recently listed Human Street Historic District. It was well received. We actually we received quite a few positive follow-ups from the community members who called in or walked in and told us they heard the program and enjoyed it. This month we'll be appearing on the same program on March 20th, and the topic will be on local women's history. Curator Highsmith also provided 2 presentations to the Stony Brook residents on February 16th and 28th. One was about the Una Street Historic District, and the other was about Sadie Isaac Goodnoe's Wandering Cow. We really do have fun with that program. And excuse me, this is a reoccurring presentation schedule that she offers to the residents at Stony Brook. She will be providing another program on the 28th, and that will be on women's history. I provided a program and presentation to the Polly Ogden DAR chapter on March 4th about notable Riley County women. And also just to note, and I'm sure you are aware of this, but March is Women's History Month, which is why we're doing so many Riley County Women's History programs. Excuse me, I'll also be providing a program on the 16th through UFM, and that will be on the history of the Riley County Historical Society. Enrollment, as far as I'm aware, is still open for this course. Curator Highsmith has also been working pretty feverishly with USD 383. We want to get our field trips back up to pre-COVID numbers. So we have made 18 different spots available to the 4th graders. And so far, at the close of business on Friday, we had 12 of those 18 spots filled. So we're sending out another push this week. We hope to get all of them filled, but we'll be conducting the field trips April 18th through the 27th. And that will be at the Wolf House Museum. We also hosted a museum or a volunteer meet and greet on February the 18th at the Manhattan Public Library. We had about 30 people show up, and 8 of those ended up becoming new volunteers for the museum. So we look forward to working with them for upcoming activities and events, which should include field trips, special events, tours, preservation projects, and even just daily administrative tasks at the museum. So we're really grateful for them and we look forward to working with everybody. The Riley County Historical Society will be holding their quarterly meeting on March 22nd. It's going to be a lunch and learn this time. Speaker is going to be Derek Doty, who is also a staff person at the museum. He'll be presenting on the history of the Pioneer Log Cabin, which again, great segue into our opening weekend on April the 2nd. So we will be holding that at Meadowlark. Lunch will be at the Prairie Star Restaurant. There is a $15 fee for lunch. And again, this is through the society, not the museum charging that fee. The program, however, is free. So you do not need to have lunch in order to enjoy the program. So that'll be choice for attendees. They can join us for lunch for $15 or free presentation afterwards. RSVPs are required for this, and the deadline will be March 16th. A new exhibit will be installed at the museum's temporary gallery. It'll be replacing the women's suffrage exhibit that's been up since 2020. The new exhibit is going to be about medical history in Riley County. So we actually have an exceptional collection of historic medical instruments that were actually being planned for an exhibit prior to COVID. So they're sitting, waiting to be processed and put out on exhibit. So we're excited to be able to do that this season. Our goal for opening is going to be July the 1st. During that same time, since we'll be cleaning up that space and moving items, we will be enhancing our Native American exhibit as well in the Land of the People. So those two spaces will be unavailable for visitation for about 2 weeks prior to the 1st of July. So what we'll do is we'll try and deinstall and reinstall as quickly as possible, but the rest of the exhibits in the permanent gallery and the Goodnow House, as well as the library, will still be available during that time. Additionally, we will be installing a new exhibit. This will be through the society at the Wolf House. And our hope is to open that in mid-September. And the topic of that will be Victorian funerary traditions and practices. We are hoping to have a members opening on that Friday evening, or on one of those Friday evenings. We're right now looking at September 16th. And then having that weekend be open to the public. So we're excited to be able to offer some of these new exhibit possibilities this year. As far as collections, in the month of February, there were 8 new donations that consisted of 94 different items, and an additional 25 items from backlog work sessions last month. Curator Munger continues to reconcile the collection housed at the Wolf House Museum. And she and Curator Highsmith will be going over to the Pioneer Log Cabin over the next few weeks to clean, to get us ready for opening weekend, as well as do a reconciliation of the inventory over there. And then we will also be adding some interpretive panels. Right now, there's really very little interpretation over there, and there's a lot of items, a lot of neat things to learn. But right now we're kind of at the mercy of our host being able to share all of that information with the guests. So we do want to get some additional interpretive signage over there before we reopen for 2023. Okay, moving down to archives and library, Curator Glasgow has managed 15 new incoming research requests in the month of February. And these include anything from genealogical research to digitization of photo collections, research on historic properties, and assisting in the locating of county records. She continues to follow up with outstanding requests submitted in months previous. She's also sitting on a planning committee for the upcoming History and Genealogy Fair, and that'll be a partnership between us, the Historical Society, the Riley County Genealogical Society, and the Preservation Alliance. That will take place August 19th. It'll be over at Putter Hall, and it will be a free program. So all day it'll be get your history and genealogy fix. Myself and Curator Highsmith are also serving on that committee, and we'll bring you more information as that transpires. But this year we're looking at a topic about DNA and genealogy and how to find your identity through research. far as building and grounds, the contract historic site manager, who is Lana Parker and hired through the Historical Society, is still working on a comprehensive preservation plan for all of the society's properties. I would meet with her weekly on Teams and we discuss any of the details, plans, change, challenges to that project. The goal is to have that comprehensive preservation plan in place by the end of June of this year. Additionally, the Wolf Photography Studio requires, the repairs are a priority at this time. As you know, we did not get the Heritage Trust Fund grant for that project, and so the Historical Society will be stepping up and providing the funding for those needed repairs. The Development Committee for the Society is considering a fundraiser at this time, but details are not ready to announce. There will be a fair amount of fundraising that will need to take place to supplement that project. We are requesting updated estimates from the contractors who were initially provided bids for that. We've received one from Woodworks Restoration. We're waiting on another from Precision Painting and Carpentry. The reason we're going with those two is they did submit last year along with others, and those were the two bids that the society had approved. But because such time has passed, we've asked them for updates as costs have changed. We would like to get this done as soon as possible, and we are working with the City of Manhattan Risk Management Office to handle any of the permitting. Like I said earlier, the Pioneer Log Cabin will reopen on April 2nd for the 2023 season, and the site will be open every Sunday from 2 to 5. We offer free tours, and this year the Historical Society has hired a second site host. So our returning site host is Derek Doty, and the new site host will be Tony Connors, and they will alternate weekends to manage that staffing. A few other items of note concerning the Historical Society. Excuse me, on April 21st will be the Greater Manhattan Community Foundation's Grow Green event. That is something that the society participates in. So that's a great day for fundraising for the organizational side. And you'll see some material coming out in our upcoming newsletters and social media shares. As well, the curatorial staff and myself in the last month have visited the Chapman Center and the K-State Costume and Textiles Museums. We're trying to get our team out to visit some other local professional museums so they can see some of the practices involved in collections management, archival management, and handling of items. Also, being able to view some different types of exhibits. And to be honest, it's fun to go on field trips once in a while. We learn from our peers, and we're actually blessed with a really great professional community within a 2 hours drive. And then lastly, the Riley County Historical Society has approved their annual operating budget for 2023. They did that on February the 8th. The major changes this year are related to the removal of all non-operational expenses and income from their operational budget. In years past, they have included special projects in that budget. So it appears to be larger than what the original or what the actual operational budget is. So realistically, last year it was around 123,000. This year they're predicting 128,000, although their budget from last year does show a proposal of 239,000. So what we've done is we've had the discussion that we've removed all projects into a special projects budget. Then we have a very specific operational budget. So this will be the process and the format that the society will move forward with. And then also great news, the board of the society have approved the 20,000 grant to Riley County that has been offered since at least 2016. That is to supplement the museum's as needed museum assistant position. So we're working with HR and finance right now to get that grant in, and that will help offset some of the personnel expenses. And that concludes my report. Does anyone have any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Next, commissioners, I believe you have Evan indicating John Allen at 9:50. Evan, good. Good weekend? Yeah. Good.
Okay, Evan, are you ready?
Yes. Morning, Commissioners. Evan McMillan, Riley County Public Works. John is out today, so I figured I'd come and give a summary of some of the projects that we're working on. 2023 asphalt overlay bids have been sent out and they are expected to be open this Thursday. Parallel, Union Road, Flat Rock Road, all those culverts plans are finalized. We're just waiting on easement agreements to come back and then get those projects out to bid. The bridge crew is currently working on Tabor Valley Bridge. All the beams for the superstructure have been placed and the rebar on the deck should be placed within the next few weeks and then we can move into placing that concrete. I have a meeting this week to discuss right of way easements for Kitten Creek Culvert. Once these are resolved, we should have a finalized plan set and can work on getting the easement agreements signed and sent out to bid. Then Fancy Creek Bridge. This will go out to bid as soon as it is approved by the State Historic Preservation Office and the right of way is approved by the Corps of Engineers. That's all I have. You guys have any questions for me?
Promising on the dump trucks, huh?
What's that?
Said they're making promises on, well,
Yeah, I haven't
they're
been
giving
too involved in that.
days finally might be done.
On what?
The dump trucks.
Oh.
That have been ordered for a decade or something.
Yeah.
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 Making some progress, it looks like.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, Evan.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. Next commissioner, yeah, David Adams at 10:05. Bit of a break. Josh,
I'm well, how are you?
good weekend?
I did.
Good.
That's soccer in Kansas City, it was nice and warm. Yeah.
Are you playing soccer or are you in transportation and finance?
I'm parenting someone. who plays it.
Transportation and finance.
Yes,
There you go. What age group?
yes. 7.
Cool.
U, yeah. Yeah, cool. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Why is it always, no matter what time of year, it's always freezing cold at a soccer game? Always.
Isn't that weird?
And every,
Because God doesn't like it.
maybe so, and every facility seems to be built right near a water, some body of water, so that it will be even colder.
Those little kiddos, they don't even notice, they're just.
I run it
until the
around in
game's over, they're
t-shirts.
like, oh, it's cold out here. It's like,
Yeah.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Appreciate it.
Next up, there's somebody else.
You are next up. That's not until 10:05.
Right.
Can we turn the heat up a bit in here?
Excuse me?
Turn the heat up a little bit in here. Well, I'll look at my language. My feet are really cold. This is the Lord, really.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Let's see, maybe we put. I think that's what it is.
Oh, I'm sure. The windows and doors, you're gonna be in a spot, and these
Yeah.
windows are portable too, it's so
Okay.
big.
And the wind is probably blowing too.
It is blowing. There's no doubt about it. The wind is blowing.
So, So we've got $799 for the building
And so,
and then, yeah, okay, that's guess, but they need to know kind of what we're thinking.
Yeah.
And so. Some of those we already have,
is truck in or no?
no trucks are getting forward. So they're around if we have left over. So. So it'd be the permission, basically. I don't know. Yeah,
What's to come?
yeah,
Okay, okay. Not the. Like the partial setup with 51 now.
no, what's the, yeah. Because they know what they have right now, they don't know what to prepare for yet. So I'll get you that, it's on my table.
Awesome.
So you'll give me a total number for building and a total number for,
Okay, it's fine.
I mean, total number for building and total number for everything else. Be sure you guys are up and running.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the building is $799. I don't know,
You just want to be sure you have everything accounted that's, you know, all goes into that, you know.
right, I don't know, if there'll be a cost for the driveway.
But we need to know that.
Right, we need to talk to, you're gonna have to get with John Ellerman.
Evan,
And-
John's out until Thursday, I think.
Okay. So,
Evan?
so. Yeah, so $799 to build it is what the budget was to build it. I don't know about the alleyway, I don't know about the driveway out. I don't know, to look at that contract. If that contract included the generator or if that was separate. I don't recall.
That's everything I need. Don't want any surprises. These guys won't want surprises.
So, I'll let my wife will drive to Kansas City tonight, hold on. Try to look at that. We have this, we have the lunch, and then I have the IT meeting with RCPD.
Yeah, I know.
We'll get working on it.
One thing to the next.
Absolutely. And then, well,
All of his costs.
yeah, Corey's as well.
For the North County facility,
Oh, okay.
and we'll actually need for the big facility too.
Yeah, that one's, yeah. The north one, we have everything already. All the
Okay,
equipment.
that's what we didn't know.
Yeah, yeah, north building, we have all the equipment and everything in hand, sitting up in the office, ready to go.
So will there be any cost to the county for putting that out there, putting it up there such? That we're gonna have to use part of the funds for.
No, might be some cost between you and me, you may owe me.
Okay, sure, understood. Understood.
No, we have the cabling already, the pieces that we did buy, we turned it into Bertrand, so she coded to. The codes for the, so we're.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
because that was back when the
oh,
6 to 8 months to get things, so we.
I was trying to find my sheet, but I didn't get it in time, so that's why it's not on the packet.
I noticed that.
Dave was fighting AJ's pizza.
Just a little busy.
I did just ask, but I didn't throw the drawings out there on the Billy Drive. It was.
Okay.
They can be found.
Okay,
Just tell me if they're available.
sure, okay. Good morning, Kyle. I asked Kyle to join us.
Good morning, Kyle. The bearer of bad news.
What are you gonna?
Yeah. That was BHS, that wasn't, oh, no, Kyle. I'm gonna stick up for you.
You feel it?
Hi. You've got 5 minutes. I'm okay. I was just getting my stuff. Hold on, making sure Kyle was getting on.
Yeah, I couldn't respond.
Was a great-
6:30. I was in the middle of stuff, trying to get ready.
Sure.
No, I didn't get a chance to know what he did.
Last year, which is 6th, they wanted their stuff.
Mhm.
competition.
I've got a hard copy of them all as well.
Do you? That'd be easier to respond, so if there's an extra one.
Yes, I'm right.
He did yesterday.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
She said first and 3 out of 4 addresses. First and overall. And that's. And then what setting?
I had a crisis.
Oh, no. She was.
Mentioned here this morning that my dog wanted this. I guess my dog was drinking.
Yeah, she liked it. She likes it.
I didn't know that. I was gonna check.
It's totally new for us.
Dog
It's like-
walker this morning, but it's too early.
Uh-huh.
So I've been right over here. But it's okay. He didn't bother.
Yeah.
He's wearing protection.
Soccer.
He's a big.
And a big dog, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were in Kansas City like every weekend, like in the soccer over there.
On Russell.
We ended up with soccer, you know, some strange like. Polo ground, you said it was places. Yeah. 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 But it was small, all of our kids were really out of. Yeah.
It may be a good point today.
We may not be as long as we lose. We live off. That's- Yeah, I know. Mhm. Yeah. I'll study for it. It was the right word. Whatever. But they're really. They answer to see it better.
See.
Yeah.
You got the fishing poles ready?
Yeah.
No, but I've got that,
Yeah. It's gonna start.
I know where everything is. I need to get my daughter's kayak out of storage and such, so. Yep. So I'm golfing last weekend, so it's still too warm to, or it's still too cold for a lot of digging. So. But it wasn't too cold to golf.
Spoken like a dog.
Yeah, I love golfing. I golf every day, so. There are people who do, that go all the time. I think Corey goes 24 or 5 times a week.
Does he?
Every time I'm there, I see him, park right beside him on Sunday. But why not? I'd golf every day if my wife let me. If my life allowed me to. Or not throw my wife under the bus too much here, but
Yeah.
Too late. At least it's recorded.
she may be watching, I don't know.
Mouth probation in the future.
Hey, I have record points. I'm golden.
We believe it too.
I have done good work.
At least you are somewhere.
I've done good work.
Spoken by the late David Adams.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 10:05. David?
Morning, Commissioners. David Adams, EMS Ambulance Director. I'm here with a brief update on the Riley County Public Safety Headquarters. I've asked Kyle Morrison from Arc Images to join us, and he's online as well. So I want to give you an update. Last week, Thursday, the building committee, which is myself, John Ellerman, Corey Meyer, Russell Stuckey, Rich Fargo, Josh Gary, and Commissioner McKinley all met with BHS and Arc Images in person at the Public Works to get our first real cost estimate. As you recall, Kyle 6 months ago gave us a very broad ballpark picture based on something similar in size, but a lot of scopes that were different than what our building is. So we sat down with them, and as a reminder, the requested to be designed and estimated include crew quarters for EMS, the base for EMS and ambulances, and for mobile command vehicle, a basement for backup dispatch, EOC that combines with the EMS training room, along with infrastructure for a full dispatch center. The plan also included a design of a shell third floor to accommodate future expansion, as the lifespan of the building is anticipated to be 30+ years. The purpose of that meeting, as I said, was to discuss estimated budget and discuss the schematic design of the building. BHS Construction provided us our first comprehensive cost estimate of the project, and anticipate the cost of the building itself at $16 million, with a contingency that ranged from 5% to 15%, which raises that cost from 16.6 million to 19,500,000. It is also important to note that the cost estimate does not consider the Riley County IT infrastructure or components for dispatch and any of the equipment or furnishings for the building, or it does not include the design, engineering fees, and special testing. These items we believe will range from 1.8 to $2.2 million. So after that sank in for a moment, we started to discuss the facility and look at some areas where we can save some costs. In that discussion, BHS really discussed what it would cost with the basement, and what all adding a basement to this facility really means. And the concern of the waterproofing and the water table and things like that. And then some of the other overall costs where we could make some changes, some adjustments, if you will, to kind of get that cost down. Because looking at these numbers, we're looking at $22.5 million. So they're looking, we had it put in there for a radio tower for the radio system. And they're looking to see if there's something we can do more on the roof of the building and versus a standalone radio tower. So BHS and Arc Images have taken this back to the drawing board to see what they can do. And we will get more numbers today, this afternoon. We have a meeting with RCPD's IT team to have an idea what the cost will be for a backup dispatch, and then the components, if we need to, for a full dispatch sometime 5-10 years down the road. So, because those costs we believe are going to be a little different, but we're going to find out more about that today. So we wanted to bring this forward, let you know kind of where we're at, and see if you had any questions. Sure you do.
Yeah, I would, and is it more expensive to do a basement than it would an extra floor? I mean,
that's what they're going to look at.
Okay.
Because they don't know, and they're going to look and see whether the pre-poured concrete versus pouring the concrete walls on site. That's another area that they're going to look at. But putting a basement here in this facility, they think because of all the extra we need to do because of the IT and the dispatch, and then just like we said, that water table and shoring up that drainage area right there, we have to shore that up pretty heavily. Was going to add they believe a fairly significant amount. Now, we won't save all of that because we're putting it above ground, but there should be some savings there.
Greg, you're on the committee, what do you?
Oh, well, like I say, they handed out these numbers and. After I picked myself up on the floor, we discussed what,
That's after he helped me up.
yeah.
And they knew it.
And they knew it was-
I mean, they really didn't know what the budget was for this, but they knew that this was pretty high. That this was probably more than what we were expecting.
Well, and Kyle brought up, there was what he'd used before, a fire station just a year ago,
Mhm.
something was $450 a square foot. And they just let one recently, it was $650 a square foot.
Right.
For similar structures.
It's not
Prices,
gonna-
he said over the last 2 years and,
Yep.
and the estimator from VHS was saying, yeah, prices are just climbing.
Yeah, they said demand is high and the prices are just, they're just going straight up.
What was the 1.8 and 2.2 million for? What's that all cover?
That was for, well, part of it was the design, because that's not part of this, and then the IT, and then putting the equipment in and stuff like that, yes. Furnishings.
Was that just, there were never any furnishings or equipment put into the original estimate?
No, because the estimate is for their building of the building,
Built.
yes. At one point, there was discussion about we would use some CIP for the furnishings, so. Mhm.
Is the group, are there any grants available or monies from the government for this kind of thing?
As far as EMS, there are no grants for EMS for something like this. The only grants out there are Department of Ag, and the majority of your call volume must serve the rural communities. So we don't fit for something like this. I believe, Rich, did you reach out to the consultants?
Already have.
Okay,
Have not heard back. Sure, of course, I just sent it this morning, sure. Just to check, to see if there's additional grant funds available, let him know what it all includes, if there's something for rural fire or EOC, and so I'll run the traps
I
and
thought
check.
the EOC part of it might
Mhm.
somewhere be the grant.
Yeah, I have not heard of him mess up yet, but like I said, I just sent that this morning.
Now, of course, I'd like to build for the future, but
You have to build for the future if you're gonna do this, you just do. You can look at the law enforcement center at this point in time and see where it's not gonna work.
well, and what we're doing then is we're paying for 2 facilities for dispatch.
Well, they aren't putting on the dispatch, but I mean, they're just a basic dispatch as a backup.
You do the full one, it's gonna be even more.
Yeah.
yeah, a full one would be quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably. I'm gonna say probably double the cost. That's something I was waiting on hearing back from, because I had a feeling.
Well, I thought it might be a little higher, but not like this.
15% is about right. I don't think they're off on it.
No, I don't think
No,
they're.
they're-
No, I don't think they're.
Yeah, they've done
Yeah,
their professional due diligence on this.
Rich,
So what we'll be doing this week is going through and get a briefing to the commissioners late this week, maybe early next week, on how much resources we have available here. They include all federal funding that we receive. And then also CIP benefits, any carryover from last year to this year. To help, sort out what the commissioners want to prioritize. And also, like I said, by then, hopefully I'll hear from Matt Hanson at Widow Ryan's to see if there's any additional grant funding possibilities, but you have to remember, those are just possibilities. If he does identify anything, so. But no, Yeah, it's way higher than any of us thought. I mean, I know Commissioner Ford thought all along it'd be high, but he figured taking the whole thing. I don't know that anyone expected it 21.7 million for the
Yeah.
whole thing.
I figured it was,
That's 50% over what any of us estimated.
I figured it was
So-
gonna be somewhere in the neighborhood of 16 to 18. That's pretty understanding.
So this is much higher. So we'll get the numbers, see where we sit. See how the commissioners want to prioritize.
So the contingency 5 to 15%, that's in case of cost increases or?
Yes, correct. Yeah,
Okay,
correct.
Market right now is just with inflation and everything as we sit right here is about 11.2%.
yeah.
That's about a national average right now. Inflationary part of things right now, we're gonna be dealing with for quite some time. They're not coming down in 2023.
No, and that's what they said,
Yeah.
BHS, said that, and 'cause that's what they do.
Yeah.
They estimate all these, they said it is going straight up.
Yep.
So. It's not gonna come down, they didn't think anytime soon, so, because they said demand is really high right now.
From an economic standpoint, now we're starting to see several regional banks start to fail. And several other things that isn't gonna help in that scenario either.
Well, is there more than the one in California?
Usually where there's one, there's more.
There's one in England.
Correct. Usually it's not just one's a symptom and then it works its way up. It's sombering, but it's reality.
But they're revising prices, probably supposed to be back in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So yes, we do have, the follow-up meeting is scheduled for the 27th of this month, when they should be able to give us some revisions, and I'll be back in front of you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the stage we discussed.
And keep in mind, that's why we went with the CMAR,
Right,
process.
that's exactly why,
So, yeah.
that's exactly why we did that.
Yeah.
And it's paid off,
I firmly believe we'll get it figured out some way, shape. or form.
Okay, Kyle, do you have anything?
Well, I was just going to say that I have a meeting this afternoon with BHS and with my whole design team tomorrow. And our initial strategy is what can we do without changing any of the floor plan or function of the building. There is on the table this idea of taking the EOC out of the basement and putting all of that basement upstairs. We're looking at that. I do apologize for this. At the time, as David said, at the time that we did this, we had just bid a fire station for $450 a square foot. That's the building and site work, and which I thought was an astronomical number at the time. And everything I was seeing led me to believe that construction industry prices were on the way toward leveling out. And then we bid this the other day for $640 a square foot, almost $200 a square foot more, almost 50% more. I never would have expected that. I don't think very many people did. So anyway, our initial approach is going to be don't change the function of the building. We'll look at perhaps that extra floor, what's really the cost of that, and what can we do in terms of the materials and the structure and some of the design approach to reduce costs. We'll see where we are then and come back to you and see if we need to do more.
Sounds good.
Can you tell me if this antenna attached to the roof could suffer like wind damage as opposed to more so than the one standalone tower?
It's actually a freestanding antenna that's sits out to the west of the building. And so it's not attached to the building at all. We did define a zone around it for ice fall in case there's a freezing rain and an ice event that we want to probably fence off and keep people away from. But no, it's a freestanding tower.
Okay, well, it says there's an
That's
alternate
something.
antenna
So,
on the building.
Kyle, you may not have been a part of that conversation with VHS. They spoke with KCOM about instead of having a freestanding antenna, putting one on the roof. Since it's gonna be up high enough, so it'll be able to reach. And we don't know that yet, Commissioner, but
Okay,
they're looking into that to see.
and that would be less expensive.
We believe so, but again, that's what they're having to look into see. That's one of the many things that we're evaluating.
Yeah, and we do that a lot. And the attachments reinforced a little bit, and it's generally not a problem.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I'll be back at after our meeting on the 27th and to give you an update.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kyle.
Uh-huh.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you.
David, you said that meeting's March 27th?
Yes.
Wisconsin, invite for that.
Yeah, he did. I remember now.
He did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just love since then.
I think they did it the next morning.
Well, shell shocked over here.
I already had that shell shock last week, so.
Me as well.
No, I don't have anything else.
I do have something, on the, county officials luncheon we're having today. The topic would be the 24 budget. I don't have anything prepared for that. Is anybody, are we gonna talk to them about what we talked about last week? As far as keeping it stable, but, okay. And looking at possible of what they want, what their needs are. I guess that's what, okay.
Yep, that was the intent of this meeting, and then Daryl will send out an email to all department heads relaying your message too, because there are some department heads that won't be there today. I know a couple that can't make it today.
Okay.
Saying just what you passed in your motion last week. Yeah, I think that's the primary focus, to get the message from the board to everyone,
Sure,
how you want us to
okay.
look and present the budgets to this year. Fiscal approach you want us to take.
I think we'll be paid.
We can do bake sales.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I can bake. I'll bake stuff to help.
Cookies.
In between golf rounds or what?
I'll even give up some golf for this.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's an idea.
Wow.
Benefit golf
Wow.
tournament.
But you and Josh in one office saves some square footage.
No. Yeah, no. We'll put Josh and Alex in an office.
Well, we can just keep you at the health department and just put offices for them.
Hey, I like how you're thinking.
I put in a new sidewalk.
Yeah.
See why you always leave sooner rather than later.
We could put a plastic tinning over there so it's covered from
This is
the
why
weather.
I stayed.
Put a plaque out there outside your office.
Just remember, leave your door open.
Maybe we'll have to
I
sell
don't like
the old
using
building.
It's every day. I've never, one day say I like plans for it.
I will. There'll be a day I'll come and tell you I like it.
Get too late, I'll be on.
Yeah.
You just say when. All right. See you.
Thanks, David, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other business? Is there any other discussion?
No.
Say none, do we have any? Motion to adjourn?
We'll have to make a motion to adjourn after. the
Then make it now, just like we
Okay.
do. City county can be, at these kind of meetings, it's kind of hard to round all of you up at the end of the meeting to get a motion.
Go
That's why
ahead.
we do it this format.
Go make a motion that we adjourn after this afternoon's county officials meeting.
I'll second.
So moved and seconded to adjourn, the, March 13th meeting after the county officials luncheon this afternoon. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Just to stay on
Yeah.
then.
We need to wait to still wait.
Yeah.
A sign that says they're in recess, we go back live, county luncheon, or do we get?
Now you could do it that way. It's up to you. And
It's like an hour and a
I think
half.
either way is okay.
Mhm.
It'd
Or
probably
just
be
turn off
best to
the
say-
sound.
Because you don't want me to stop it.
Right, you just say, you probably just say that.
Okay.
We'll reconvene at the
I
time.
don't know if you can, and we have a question for them. I know they never have before. We put that little stand out there that says, be cognizant, you know.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's why I didn't know if there's a way to turn off the sound, turn off the speakers.
We usually have, like I said, usually just do the easel.
Good mute.
Very.
Yeah. I'm gonna say,
What are your plans? Very good bird, right?
Are you?
Well, let everybody eat for a while before we start talking, but we are live, so. Yes.
Sitting with us.
I'm not gonna eat, so I'm trying to stay away from the pizza.
I thought about it, but quickly gave up.
Yeah, I've got a doctor's appointment. I'm gonna do him the courtesy of not having stuff in my teeth.
I know. Yeah. Good. Very.
These are really nice. I tried to really
Oh, each. But it's fine. All these guys.
You try doing, and then you end up eating those plastic. forks, you know, they break.
Oh.
Strawberry, orange.
Yeah, that's right. They're usually a little.
I think those are not.
I go crawling all day, but I think. Now I go to get a 50.
Little hours. Then what are you cooking right now?
Spring break for.
Oh, it's.
Yeah, you go over time. Some friends that are gonna bring some on Friday or Sunday. Station. What? Brandy was.
We just met they see.
Yeah. Eat plenty of pizza, there's a few more out there.
Just not feeling. On you for the day by reading that. Oh. It's plain numbers, not like they were told. And I'm sticking to Saturday. Oh, yeah. I had one at 6:45 again. And I told them, like, is it just me or is that front end loader? Something early. And just also, but we have the west west side. Yeah. What's going on? Okay, yes, cars, they got ours and no cars and then the next day we just going across. Semi load of hay. Yeah, it was. I mean, they're all just standing around. All over. They're just putting out the ground around it. They're waiting on that. Probably. Yeah.
They won't burn it all, but it's actually not.
Yeah. Better off to let. I don't know. Hey, no love about it. Faster. We got this. We go fall and. So good. Yeah. The water and they go down there and burn them. Not more places like all that. Go down there and burn it. Like, maybe think your lights. Nowadays, they'll leave our banners and guns set on the fire. That you have problem with. Days. Technically use a night and got lights. We actually took the sound lights there. And park it and some of the firefighters, they would go over there and they were sitting there taking a nap, and just like you know, smooth sit area. Babysit. Different meals and stuff. We haven't beer meeting. On the tractor and way down. But they can do it. We have our here for cost. So then all and say, yeah.
Okay, I think we'll get started. We can keep eating. Welcome to the county vision plan. We haven't had one for a while, so I thought it'd be good for all of us to get together and see each other in person. Fine. I don't have a whole lot. Well, I've got a few things that I have probably, but I'd like to kind of go around the table and department heads, the officials talk about what's going on in their department, and possibly if you have any issues, concerns, or needing assistance from any others, like that to come up. So, you know, pretty informal. And, you know, also for commissioners, what can we do, to help out if we need to, other than what we do now. So who wants to start?
Well, go ahead.
Yeah.
I was going to say ladies. Let's see, of course, it's getting ready to be grass season for gearing up for grass fires. Hopefully we get a little bit of moisture, so we put that off, and the grass is greening up a little faster than normal, so hopefully that won't be too terrible of the grass season for a little while grass fire. Got bids out on 2 fire stations for One that will go down on the Cal Creek Road near Ashland and one in University Park. Waiting on those bid, I'm sure they'll come in. Most of you know, we had staff changes in our office, and so out of our 6 people in our office, there's only one that's been there for more than 3 years. So that's in their current position anyway. So that's going well though. So I don't know. Anybody got any questions? That's mostly on the fire side, I guess. The inside, we had severe weather awareness week last week, until that we set the department meeting. If you haven't went over your severe weather awareness plans with your staff, what to do in bad weather. And or talking to IT and or my staff about making sure they have their Everbridge signups the way they ought to be and the way they want it. Encourage you to do that. Working on the public safety headquarters building with the rest of the committee. Looking at ways to make it as good as it can be for the amount of money.
It's really up to Derek at this point.
Bake sales.
That's all I have unless somebody has a question.
Sorry, I always have some. For the message Lori sent out about sending, like signing up and sending messages to the staff on the side of Everbridge. Have you sent messages in the past, or is that something where?
You know, we like whenever the commission decides to close the courthouse, you know, they're calling trees, but then we send out a follow-up message. Over there or whatever. And so, you know, we can use it. When water's gonna be out at the courthouse plunge tomorrow. And we can use it.
In case of a tornado, do we all come to this building? Or where do we go? I don't know.
Honestly, I don't know about Barry's, but we got this courthouse, I think, has a basement. So.
There's a phone for
Yeah, I go to the basement.
Crazy.
The closest, which depends on what.
Go to this basement.
Don't, yeah, I was gonna say, don't go to this basement. Do not do that.
This building sold up in those bathrooms, although there's a window. That hallway is probably the best place. Probably right outside the commission ship.
Yeah, I'd say so. This building was built to take a directive from the tornado. It was the original Southwestern Bell building. Commissioner Wells' wife was actually an operator in '66 when it came through here, and things told her to stay there, you're safe, but she's still had a phone system. You know, that's why those pillars right there are so immovable, and the walls are all that thick. Stay away from the window, it should be good.
Especially these windows.
Yeah, just the 50-mile-an-hour wind might go, but the rest of the building here good.
That's all part of your emergency action plan to the department.
All right. And that's what Baldwin went over with everybody that was willing anyway. 6 months ago or whatever it was, you know.
It's in on fire. This is Kansas, when they say they're a tornado, we don't go outside.
Right.
Everybody's with Alex, it's right there. Okay, who's going to Rick?
Just starting with budgets, I mean, that was part of the premise for this meeting, you know, for the commissioners to give all of us direction on how they want us to proceed with the budget process and things to keep in mind, so I'll let the commissioners address that. Been working on the buildings a lot. David's got 2 buildings going on with North County EMS ambulance and the central facility, and costs are horrendous, to put it mildly, so.
I've got another word, but
That's wrong. So, you know, that's what we're using the federal funds for, along with $800,000 allocated to the Keats
sewer water management district, and then Catherine, something we talked about later, but. So yeah, well, we got a lot of federal funds, it's not enough to address all of those concerns. We'll be looking for. We're also looking for more federal funding for Keats, for potentially this project now, EMS ambulance facility and University Park. Sewer facility, so there are lots of items in the air, goes in a lot of places.
Communications, unfortunately, we weren't put in the governor's budget for any increases this year, and so. What that means is then usually the legislature doesn't put any increases in for us, and so we've been lobbying super hard, both mainly as an association, but we have not made any headway on getting any new monies for anything in the budgets for 2024, well, FY24. Positive note, we were notified last week from the Attorney General's office that they are starting to put out the opioid state money. They announced 2 grants, $3 million and a $2 million one respectively. March and April, I believe those applications are due, so we will be writing probably for both of those for treatment dollars and possible some type of staffing for drug court. And we're anxiously awaiting Barry's new COVID attorney to see how that's going to impact our caseloads, if at all, or they'll all end up in prison or on court services or like community corrections. So just kind of waiting to see how that trickle down effect happens and makes sense. So.
We need to.
Just a question on the no new positions. If we get positions allocated through grant dollars, is that still something we need to turn in by the 24th requests?
Yeah.
Got an email.
Yeah, it's the exact same, the instructions were exactly like last year. It's just a different year, so yeah, those two, Elizabeth to present the board as a whole on new positions for the 2024 budget.
Okay, even if they're grant funded.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
New
for
positions.
24.
They go to Elizabeth by March 22nd, including the president.
Listen.
That goes to me. We're busy time of year, spring's a busy time of year for us. As budget is concerned, we're very commodity driven. Very fortunate that commodities for us, at least our market, have stabilized, they've not gone down, they're stabilized. So for budgetary purposes, I don't see that increase there. This year, so I'm very grateful for that. Something new out there, we just broke ground Monday last week on our building, getting the building repaired. So we get that put back up. And very fortunate that cost us a year with a QMS station. It's just a big slant building. So very safe. I think something. Okay. Of course, that's a problem when the wind hits it directly.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, they've got that there. We did do a design element, so we have the direct wind. We've got some different blowout panels that have it's a spray. So hopefully we won't get it built just in time and F5. But other than that, it's springtime and we're gearing up. Personnel budget and
Yeah, they're on good.
some of us are on good, yeah, and we'll get more of us on there as we get results for it. And, all of our operators will operate on in the springtime, depending on weather, we like to keep our applicators on 8-hour shifts because that gives us an additional day that we may be able to spray. We limit ourselves to 4 days instead. If all 4 of those days are windy and the guys are getting gone on Friday, and we want the whole Friday. So in the early spring, the applicant. And then summer.
Most of our time so far this year has been in working with the planning for the new buildings going up. Leonardville Station, we have all the materials for it. We're ready when it gets up and working with costs for the new public safety building. Yes, as far as staffing goes, we are still down 1 staff and we are having difficulty getting applicants. So we're working with the HR, trying to get that. We just can't get applicants, even though it's going to be with us. We're sad right now. We work both 410s and the and an 8-hour schedule. We rotate various schedules within our department. Have been actually for, well, since I took over, it's going on 18 months now. We work various schedules. Works out well for our staff. Both in the GIS as well. The budget side of things, we haven't spent a lot this year. Our budget usually has the last part of the year when we spend most, but what we are seeing is anywhere between an 8% increase and a 15% increase. Depends on whether it's services or whether it's materials being bought. We're seeing a bigger increase if it's services. It could be that the companies out there, they raise what they're paying their employees, and so then they're shifting that. So, but we are seeing an 8 to 10% increase on materials that we purchase. Availability is a lot better than it was, but I just had to spend a month getting a 20% increase brought down, and did get it down to being a 12% increase. And we had threatened to actually just completely stop services, which would have been a loss in our security that we do. We didn't want to do that, but it did work out to our benefit. But it was still more than an increase that I had budgeted for. I have a feeling that's a trend that we're going to see. That seems to be the chatter amongst IT, GIS professionals around the state. Those other cities. We'll do our best to keep our costs down the best we can.
Well, the treasurer's office, we just finished our busy heavy truck and commercial season. That always takes up a lot of staff time, and so we're done with that. We're gearing up for second half taxes, which are due here. I mean, May 10th will be here before we know it. So gearing up for that. One of the things that I guess I'll mention, since all the department heads are here, you may see an email coming from me, or actually it'll come from OpenGov. I'm going to start setting you up user IDs for OpenGov and setting up your own personal dashboards, which will be hopefully be your month-end reports are going to start coming from that. So if you see an email from OpenGov, that just know that it's from me. I'll be kind of reaching out to each of you to make sure we're meeting your reporting needs going forward. The other thing is the treasurer's office is getting new paint and carpet. It's not going to cost as much as the NS facility, but it's something that we've been needing for a while. So the treasurer's office will all be moving up to the second floor of our building starting the first 2 weeks of April. So I apologize in advance for the inconvenience that it might be causing those of you on the second floor. But I'm going to hopefully get some messaging out and to the public to hopefully not come in as much. If they can fit it off or do it by mail, that would be great for those first 2 weeks. So what's going on in the front office?
District Court, I am retiring. Friday is my last day. Kathy Oliver has been promoted to my position, and she's actually attending a meeting in Topeka building today. So I am going over all the budget process with her. District court will be asking for an increase with jury trials and transcripts and interpreters. It's, you know, we have no personnel in the budget, so everyone else has to take it. So there's a little bit of an increase there. But since this is my last one, I want to briefly talk about space issues. When I came on in 2010, 11, 12, 13, a lot of us department heads here hit it really hard and we're really determined on trying to find space. We are still, so for EMS, in the same in the same position. I distinctly remember that retreat in 2013 where EMS took the #1 spot. District court was next on the list. So I'm hoping that everyone remembers that, and I have a lot of people who wants to see it again. We do have the nice security when you come in the building. However, inmate comes in, he's brought in through a separate entrance, he's escorted through the building, through all the public areas, in the public elevator, the whole business room, the holding cells. You know, there's a lot that still needs done. So I'm hoping that everyone still remembers how high on the list district court is to be. Space issues, restrooms, I mean, the whole gamut from one end to the others.
So, you know, that those courthouses, in 1985, we were doing 1 to 2 major trials a year. And it's nothing like what's going on now.
We have trials scheduled every week, or at least, we do at least 20 a year now on the ones that actually go. But we have no jury assembly room, you know, we push people together.
When you have 2 in there at one time, this people are in the hallways everywhere else. It's not a good situation.
And was Riley County ever approved for an additional judge?
No, and you know, we were right on the edge, and we really thought we would be, and then with the budget restraints we had in Topeka, we kind of got pushed down, and right now they're not talking about us getting another judge at this time. But yeah, I mean, once they do that, we're gonna have to find space period.
Yeah, I've had somebody give me a copy of this notes that it was 2013. They said, you know, first thing is we got to find an ambulance station this year. So it took 10 years for them. So if you're second, then 10 years.
As you all are aware, value notices have gone out. We're in our very busy time of the year. We have until the 27th to appeal their value. So just building a lot of questions. You know, unfortunately, there's a little bit of confusion with the value notices go out, but the taxes are not set. So just because those value notices have gone out showing an increase, and on the median we reported, you know, 12 to 13%, doesn't mean that the taxes are going into that level. The paper actually reported that the taxes were already calculated and your tax bill was going to be this. We value January 1. So that will impact the 2020, the budgets we're working on, 2024 budgets, not the 2023. And so there's a common misunderstanding of how that works. There's been a lot of legislative stuff going on right now, a lot that doesn't necessarily directly impact, you know, what my office does, but in the end, it kind of does, because there's so many exemptions that are being proposed in so many different ways. What ends up happening is if all these exemptions then get granted, that burden, tax burden, then shifts on the residential property owners. And right now, I mean, they already feel it. So the more and more exemptions that get granted legislatively, the more the residential homeowners are carrying that burden. And while, you know, as the county appraiser, I value property and follow the market, I understand people's frustration, and you know, it keeps shifting more and more and more to the residential property owners. And so there's got to be things then legislatively to stop some of these exemptions. I mean, I hate to say that, but it is the reality. I mean, we keep granting exemptions for this or that. It just, all of it shifts then to the residential homeowners. And so There are some bills that impact some of what we do. You know, we have a lot of PBD and our legislative representation trying to speak and be vocal about it. But that's really just one of the big things, you know, even though it doesn't necessarily, they don't all directly impact what I do as the county appraiser and what my staff does. You know, when that shift continues to the residential homeowners, that's really where it comes down to. So it's not always their appraised value that they're mad about, it's the taxes that people are mad about. And so the tax piece is out of our control. And so that's really where a lot of that misunderstanding kind of comes in. You know, we're statutorily bound to follow the market. And we follow the market. And so 2023's values based off of everything that occurred in those prior year and the years before. So we're gonna see what the market does this year and follow it for 2024. That's about all I have. We're still down to hoping to eventually get fully staffed, but after all, where there are staffing challenges, you're just trying to fill the positions.
All else failed, like on the EMS facility.
Are you getting applicants for your position?
Oh, yeah, I mean, we thought we had one filled, that fell through, so we're back to the drawing board, unfortunately, when that happens, starting all over. We got over 40 applicants for the one of the positions we had open, so it was quite impressive. A lot of good candidates, so we just have to kind of start over, with the unfortunate. Comments on that.
Well, for the public record, I'm not gonna pick on David Adams. So, of course, the big thing for us has been the tax assistance. I'll talk briefly about that. We're 584 returns and $854,000 of refunds and credits for our clients, and we will probably go over 800 this year. The rate we're going, got a pretty full week this week. John Joe, our agent, has just finished the Youth Entrepreneurial Challenge out at the Foundation Building last week. That was a huge success, probably the biggest crowd he's ever had. And for those of you who aren't aware, it allows high school students to pitch a business idea in front of a group of judges, and then the winner gets to go on to a state competition. And then it's been very well supported by the community and by the schools. So that's been a big program here lately. Megan has been doing a lot of food preservation. Matter of fact, she's getting more training this week on that. That's been a very popular subject. And then probably the next thing is we'll have another I can't remember economic development board meeting this Wednesday afternoon at 3. You're not moving into that meeting room by Wednesday, are you? Okay, that's where you're moving to, correct? Okay. So one of the big items we'll be discussing there is maybe what you heard before with some of the meetings we've had concerning the fairgrounds and facilities. So that's probably about it for me. Thank you.
We're getting some new buildings. That was plural, as in multiple buildings. We're working on two. That takes a tremendous amount of time. I'm learning a lot. I do a lot of Googling, to try to understand some of these. When you get a 104-page document on specs and so, what does this word mean and how does that fit in? So, thank you to everybody who's helping us. It's a team effort. So we're working on those. Our department through the last several years has not had much in the way of turnover, but we're starting to feel it now. So we've got some turnover coming. So we're working through that. It's kind of cyclical. So, we have plans in place. We have period and such. So that's kind of coming on. Everybody's heard of HIPAA, right? HIPAA compliance. Now the federal government has rolled out HIPAA security, and they're hitting that pretty hard. So that's coming down, starting to learn about that, have webinars on that. You know, and they're making that an issue as far as like your report writing software and things like that. So that is, nobody really heard much of it till the department in Georgia got hit hard with a HIPAA security violation. That, so worked through that, and then beginning of the year, there was another, it's called EMS compliance, has become a big deal. And that has to do with billing. And are you billing correctly? Are you, fraudulent billing, things like that? So we're working on that. We're fine, but in the years past, if you had a third-party billing company like we do, if there was a problem with billing, the burden was put on the billing company. Well, the Federal Attorney General's office has said, well, if you don't have a robust internal billing compliance, then you're not off the hook. You may pay a billing company to do it, but it's your job to make sure the billing company is doing their job. So we're learning more about that. That's just come out in the last month. So working with the company on how are we going to build a billing compliance program, and how are we going to man that and operate it. So the government and some of their unfunded mandates. So, but we're learning more. As soon as we know more, we'll share the word. But they said plausible deniability doesn't work. So again, it's your responsibility to make sure that they're doing their job. So where I'm at.
Planning and development, there's a few things, keep through benefit that Chris mentioned earlier. I'll have more of an update to the board on Thursday. On Thursday, in depth. But the working group and Commissioner Koki were out last Thursday in the Keats community and last Thursday evening. We had a meeting with them to give them an update. We had some good attendance, and we were really pleased with the attendance there. And we were also pleased with the consensus we received. So we are looking, we're going to look more in depth at the lagoon option, and then we're searching for property owners to let us, at the very, very least, let us take their property to evaluate their soil, determine if this is a viable location. So that's kind of where we are with that right now. As Rick mentioned, we're also still always in search of additional funding, so we can bring those monthly costs down to the residents as much as possible. So just still more to come on that, but we've definitely made some good progress so far. So we'll see. So comprehensive plan. I know I've talked with you folks about this a little bit previously, but we're going to talk about it a lot more, at least monthly, probably more as we get into it. I have a standing time going forward, I think fourth Monday every month to kind of talk about where we are. And we're still in the initial phases of it, kind of do the public outreach, survey, things like that. Probably a lot of you will also be involved. I'll be, of course, reaching out because it's not just the planning and development thing. It's really a 20-wide sort of thing. So a lot of different departments will be involved in that stuff. So we'll hear a lot more about that. And personnel wise, we do have our new halftime clerk assistant in, so we're really excited to have her. She's already getting things going and fitting in really well. But the bigger sad part is, as of today, we do not have an environmental health specialist. So, and I have no applications, and that's going to be a very difficult position to fill. There's pretty strict technical requirements that this person would have. I don't have anybody to train, so I'm not quite at the point where I can bring somebody in who maybe has a little experience over here. You can train them. I don't have anybody to train them, unfortunately, because DHS has taken a new position. So just kind of working on that one, getting the word out as much as possible, reaching out to neighboring and regional agencies, organizations, seeing, help us, kind of bridge the gap, we can do a little bit here and there. So that's kind of one of the bigger things. Kind of some highlights. About 2.5 ratings.
I don't have anything. You're listening.
Well, our office is enjoying some downtime for the first time in 3 years. Things have really slowed down, so June and July are typically our busiest months, so I'm expecting for them to pick up again. We've just been working more diligently on our back scanning. Cleaning out the never ending bowl. It's got decades and decades of stuff. It all has to be looked at. So, as of today, we're a person short, so I will be trying to ask those on position. And budget wise, I think it's going to stay pretty flat. The only increase that we're seeing is in services and contracts, and I can cover most of those out of our tech fund.
One thing I'd like to mention, I think you've all seen the notes, that we're gonna have quarterly meetings, evening meetings in each of the small towns, starting this month. That's been the first one. I've talked to them to see if it's on the fifth Thursday or the fifth Monday, so it's not a regular schedule. I've been talking to each of them, to see if there's anyone in particular, the city council to each of them, if there's anyone in particular they want to hear from. So if I do find anything, I'll let you know. But so far, I haven't heard anything.
I mean, here, listen, but ditto what Rich said. It's budget season. I sent out an email to everybody.
Can you go over that too? What sent out?
Good.
Okay.
Basically, it just talks about, keep in mind the economic conditions that people are looking at right now. Yeah, we have a 6.5% December CPIU. We also have property values have gone up 13 point whatever percent. And people are looking at that. Yeah. Personnel budgets, there's a section in there as well. Anything, don't do anything, get away with it. And also, if you do, then make sure you send it to human resources, to Elizabeth, to look at, and see what you can do there, and also, COLA reference there as well. I think it was the main thing you guys talked about. I'm probably write it down and send it out.
Now Elizabeth will present the commissioners recommended COLA, through the budget process, and those will be included. Of course, we'll have a lump sum for the commissioners to include in their budgets, but not in the departmental budgets, just like a typical step. Is the only thing that's included.
You might want to keep a close eye on what's going on in BOCC because it's late. So. As you're trying to come up with something.
It looks like personal property, some of that is shifting potentially with penalties and whatnot. Major drop in potential penalties if that all gets finalized. So the personal property piece of the pie, you may be dropping. It's up to 50% penalty currently for no filing. Late filing is 5% per month up to 50%. That's potentially going to drop pretty substantially. One of the, I think the bill speaks to a maximum of 12.5. And I think they're pushing to, once it's on the tax roll, it stays there unless they notify us it's sold. And so again, I don't have all of the answers on it, but that's just something that we will also keep in mind. So that will drops in that personal property.
Yeah, that's revenue that generates.
I mean, I know that there was, the last I knew, we had over 1,000 non-returned renditions, and so.
And I don't actually see a breakout between
Breakdown.
penalties and the actual
Yeah.
taxes, so.
But they'll work with Ann on that, and then we're gonna keep an eye on it, but they're all talking about it on the nutty legislative session, because ever since CDNs went out across the state, now there's a bill out there, or actually a concurrent resolution, the possible election to reduce residential real estate assessment to 9% from 11, which
So, yeah.
And that one, I mean, it looks like that's actually been proposed for a while, but it seems like it's getting a good way on that one. So that 9% very likely will get passed. It's kind of the anticipation. But there's just so many, like with the exemption piece of it, exempting properties that are in competition with local municipalities. That's a big one. And so there's a lot of, it's a little scary. I mean, to be honest, the more that gets exempt, the more the shift and, the changes on the personal property side, it's hard to predict or even prepare in some cases.
Well, the 20,000, didn't we go up to 40,000 this year and talking about going up yet again next year?
And there's an escalator built into that already, so, but then it also built up into 65.
Yeah. Again, our job to raise the value portion of it, but all these other things would have impact on budgets. What we would say, yeah. Be mindful.
That's bad news, so I'm done.
Well, on a lighter note, things at the museum seem to be going well. The last 8 months, there's been a lot of learning and turning and jumping in and trying to figure things out. But with the exception of those first few weeks of the tornado and electrical problems and security system issues, we've managed to get everything back on track. And we've had a lot of help with public works. They've jumped in and helped us out with a lot of things. So we really appreciate that partnership and cooperation. And even right now, they're out beautifying the exterior of the museum. So I really appreciate everybody's support as I've jumped in and tried to learn everything. You all have been great. It's wonderful questions. Cue me in on some of the history that has gone on between your departments and our museum. What we're doing going forward is really trying to develop and grow our educational and outreach programs. That's something that we can bring to our community and part of the mission of this museum. So you'll see a lot more presentations and exhibits coming, or I should say available for viewing and use in the next year. As far as budgeting, I don't see us needing to increase our budget in 2024. Of course, we never know what's going to happen. We are in a building, but for now it's suiting our current purpose. And then of course we're fully staffed, which is great. We have a wonderful team. And we're not looking at adding any positions in 2024. So I think right now we're sticking with status quo on the operations side, but also growing the building programs and education. So we're excited about doing that. If anyone has any suggestions or ideas or parts of our county's history that you think are really neat that we need to incorporate in some of those programs, feel free to reach out to us. We're always open for ideas. We kind of get in the grind and we tend to tell history that's maybe already been told. But if people think of something new or exciting, we would love to learn a little bit more about that. We also have a great team, a great professional and non-professional team that are very capable with conducting research. So if there's anything within your department, if you're celebrating anniversaries, where there's something important happening or something that you just want to share with both your patrons and your staff, we're more than happy to get involved and help you develop some sort of whether it's a pamphlet or a small exhibit or something of that nature. Right now, we do have a couple exhibits out in the community. Two are actually in county buildings. One's in the county courthouse and one is right outside the clerk's office. We are more than happy to, if you know of any available space, bring exhibits into those areas. And also I've been needing to ask about the pictures on the wall here in the commission chamber. If there's ever any opportunity where you'd like these enhanced or changed or updated or modernized, you just let us know. That's part of our mission too. And we'd love to be able to share the community history with not just our staff, but with all of you and the general public. Trying to think if there's anything else. Oh, those of you who are familiar with the museum, who have been in the last 10 years, probably know we do have quite a bit of backlog. We are working really hard to get through all of those items. So we have cleaned out our workroom, which has been awesome. It's created a lot of additional space. And in the process of that, we will have dumpsters after this one. So if any of you field phone calls from the general public concerned about why there's a dumpster at a museum, feel free to send them to me. What we're doing is none of the collection is being considered for disposal. This is mainly just piles of old paper, piles of old office, not even equipment, just office supplies, paper clips on hundreds of thousands of millions of things that have just been acquired over the years needs to leave the building. And so what's being those dumpsters utilized for has nothing to do with the historical collection. But at any point, if you field any of those phone calls, just feel free to send them our way. We'd be happy to talk with them. Any questions? Okay. Thanks.
We're not out of time yet. I do want to commend Lana. I know for retiring, and Lana, you've done a really great job, and you're going to be missed over there. And so, congratulations. It's sad to see you go, but you've earned it. So enjoy it.
Yes.
We were moving through a lot of the bigger cases in 2019. We finally got Mark Coachson off the prison, who was first after trial in December 2020. But a lot of the major cases from pre-COVID have moved through the system, but we still we had a lot of cases that we did not file 2020, 2021 that were, they weren't violent criminals, but for anybody who's a victim of a crime, that's the crime they're concerned about, whether it's a theft, burglary, whatever else. And so we did the commission allowed us to hire an attorney, CJ Rigg. She was out of Sedgwick County for many years, and went to Douglas County and then retired from AG's office, but she's going to charge cases for and work out 2.5 days a week. Yeah, so some of the things Shelley is referencing, there will be, a lot of these are non-violent crimes, but they are, some of them will be minor drug offenses, things like that. But they're also going to be theft, burglary, things of that nature that will start working their way through the system. And they are important people, and they need to be filed. And now's the time to do it. As we caught up on some of the more serious things, we still have a lot going on. We'll try some murder cases in the next year, but things are going well. We expect, so appreciate the commission for applying it and move some of the stuff forward and they're offered that. So. Can't complain. I don't have a palace like Dave has, but
Something like that.
No, that's the needed for a long time. EMS. So yes, long overdue. So glad it's completed.
So
All I have.
Clancy, back there.
Sure. Well, I think the most visible thing we're probably doing is maybe within the organization is trying to replace Craig. Craig's going to retire September 30th. We had exactly 2 applicants. But the good news is we're having a second interview with one of those applicants later this week. I really relate this somehow to the cost of the EMS facility. So, I'm not sure how. I want to touch base on a couple of legislative things because those are eating up a lot of time right now. Because most of these are the legislature's solutions to high property taxes. And being decided at the level of Topeka, they're coming up with some interesting things. Was a hearing or should have been a hearing this morning on Senate Bill 248. That's the bill that's designed to provide a new exemption for local retailer sales taxes for food. And then there's definitions of food throughout the bill. Shiloh was very helpful and did a spreadsheet to show the dollar impact on just two categories of businesses in our community, supermarkets and convenience stores, only that. And those industry classifications, of course, apply to all commercial enterprises. So this is a low figure. It's over $1 million in loss had that been in place last year to Riley County. It's very similar, as I told the board this morning, to kind of the legislature's unwillingness or inability to see how even what a presumably small impact can actually have a small tweak to something, which you would think, well, everybody wants to spend less on groceries. Let's make the sales tax on food go away. Well, what does that do to local government? What does that do to local government across the state that has existing sales taxes in place that the voters approved based on projected revenue? And now we're going to take away some of that revenue because of what Topeka is doing or contemplating doing. Senate Bill 263 is one of those that Anna was referring to. That is a bill involving the qualifications of appraisers and also involves some other aspects of appraisal work. But I'm citing this one because it's an example. Our delegation gave a heads up that this was going to be coming forward. Her association was already working on it. And she was able to tell me that, well, there's some bad things about this bill. And here's what we'd like to see done. But quite frankly, we can live with it. And here's how we're going to live with it. So I was able to tell the member of our delegation, which sometimes I think it's more just as important to tell them what you don't need their help with so that they have more faith in when you tell them, hey, this is a problem. So we were able to tell them based on Anna's information that, well, we don't like it. It's not perfect. In a perfect world, here's what you change. But if you don't, Senator, then this is fine. And it was good because the senator was asking for something that this is going to be for a hearing Friday. What do I need to say? And that would be to the benefit of Riley County. And so I was able to tell her, yeah, we're not crazy about it, but certainly there are worse ideas out there floating around. Speaking of which, Senate Bill 309 is out there. That is a bill that is designed to solve the property tax problem by creating a new tax. This will be an earnings tax. That's going to solve all the problems of the property tax. And when I say problems with the property tax, giant air quotes. The problems with the property tax, quite frankly, from local government's point of view, I would submit are that it's our primary source of revenue. So every time Topeka bravely decides to undercut it, which they get almost nothing from the property tax comparatively in terms of revenue. When they take that heroic stance, it harms local government. It harms the same people they represent. And that message somehow is not getting traction. Among other things, you may have seen in something called the Watkins Report that's out there. It's one of those services that talks about things going on in the legislature. It's put out by a lobbying firm. But some of the dialogue in there, if you receive this, is pretty amazing because it does focus on these valuation notices that went out across the state on property taxes. Well, they went out across the state because the market dictated that values needed to increase. And, the way to solve that, presumably, I would think ought to be the first order of business, see what the existing system needs in order. How about enforcing things in the existing system? How about making a Board of Tax Appeals hearing an even-handed affair where local government does not have both hands tied behind its back, so that if there's a dispute in value, you don't get an artificial reduction to make somebody feel good who's there in front of BOTA about their property taxes. So that might be one potential solution. There are a number of things like that might be more helpful than creating a brand new tax. We are also working on some contracts that are currently pending. We're working on trying to finalize negotiations for a transfer station agreement. That's necessary because the one that was in place did expire, and we're having some pretty robust discussions with the operator and their representatives, but I think we're closing in on getting that in place for Public Works. We've got a request to do a contract of some kind involving K-18 and the overflow channel along K-18 as a result of the prior work on K-18. There's some issues about who's going to maintain this overflow channel and whether or not the county is going to help the city of Ogden in that. We've also got, there's some other issues I won't even touch on because we are almost out of time. There's plenty to keep everybody busy. I'd like to thank everybody for when we put out a request for information like Shiloh did or Anna. When we need your help on something in terms of providing information on a legislative item, that kind of thing can be essential. Because if all I'm doing is saying the county doesn't like this, then nobody's going to care. When I can show somebody on our delegation, maybe the most important thing, because we've got a brand new delegation. When I can show them the dollar impact, adverse dollar impact of the county's primary revenue stream, that has a potential to really do something because it, most importantly, educates that legislator, that brand new legislator. And secondly, shows we're watching. And third, potentially encourages them to actually work with some of their compatriots up there and get the numbers up to move things our way on some of these property tax issues. Thus, into the sermon. That's all I've got. Be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, seeing that, thank you. And thank you, everybody, for sharing what's going on. And I think it's really important for us to get together and talk about that. So that everybody is on the same page. Because we do get, I know the commissioners, we get a lot of questions on a lot of different subjects. This is out of my purview. I've got to talk to somebody about it. So, one of our department heads. So we really have a lot of confidence in all of you, all professionals, and you do your jobs really well. So we know that you will try to keep the budgets at least flat, maybe not request a whole lot based on the information that you've heard today. If you really have a need to make sure that we know about that. I'd like to have these meetings at least quarterly going forward. This first one we've had for quite some time. And if you all think that's important, then we'll be moving on it. And okay. Well, food.
Everyone likes food, and thank you to the board for this. Yeah, food always gets people here. Shiloh even left her salad in the fridge, she said. And we're glad she did, she made the rest of us look bad.
We can have sandwiches, we can have pizza again, we don't have to have lunch, we can just come and talk, but it's open to lunch hour, so
Either way, I think.
yeah, either way. So, let me know what you want next time. And so we will schedule another one coming up, and think about items you want to present at the next meeting, or take notes, that we can share. We're a couple minutes after 1, so you all need to get back to work.
Grab a piece of pizza on the way out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What are you saying? You can't?